Greetings everyone, welcome back and thank you for being here. I'm excited about this lesson. I think you're going to enjoy it and learn a lot from it. So today we're going to learn how to paint a misty sunset waterfall landscape. I'll guide you and show you every step so that you can learn the techniques and be able to improve in your artwork. We'll learn how to paint a sunset sky with clouds and a glowing sun. And then we're going to create misty trees in the background. Finally, I'm going to show you how to paint a detailed waterfall with rocks and how to add highlights to them. Alright, let's get to it and go over the materials needed for today. This is a 14 by 18 studio canvas. Already has gesso coat on it. All I did to prepare it was add a glaze of water and let it naturally dry, and then it tightens up the loose corners and makes it nice and firm. For brushes, as always, we're going to use 2 of my M1 blending brushes. And then later on, we're going to use a M2 blending brush. It's a size smaller for the little sections. From my 4-piece brush set, I'm going to be using a number 8 and number 4 brushes. I use these a lot for all my paintings. Then we have a 1/2 inch flat brush inside and a 0 detail brush for all the little beautiful details we're going to add to this painting. Later on, I'm going to be using an artist sponge. This is a small one right here. Right? They come in a pack of different sizes and I chose one that I thought would work best for this piece. If you don't have an artist sponge, that's okay. You can still create a similar effect with your number 8 and number 4 brushes, and I'll show you later on. For paint, I'm going to use my 24 set of acrylics, and I'll show you which colors from this set. We're going to use medium yellow, orange, crimson red, sap green, phthalo blue, and lamp black. From my 5 set of acrylics, I'm going to use titanium white. We need palette, and I'm going to use my palette paper here. This is nice because it comes in 40 sheets, and once I'm done, I just tear a sheet off and start fresh. Saves a lot of time. And of course, we need a palette knife to mix your paint. We need a jar of water, some paper towels to wipe your palette knife or dab your brushes onto. And finally, if you have a hair dryer, go ahead and use that. It just speeds up the process of drying time. But if you don't have one, just wait 20-30 minutes. But you do want it to be fully dry before applying your next layers. You could use any materials you have available, but if you're interested in using my materials, check out ColorByFeliks.com for more details. Before we mix our colors, I'm going to explain what we're going to do here. I like to start from the furthest distance and work my way to whatever is closest to me. So the background sky is the furthest distance, and then we're going to add clouds and the sun. It's going to be a sunset setting, and then from there we're going to add some misty faraway trees. There will be a waterfall here, and then we're going to add a base layer of our waterfall and the placements of our rocks, and then we're going to finalize the painting by adding our highlights and details to our waterfall, rocks and bushes and things like that. So let's first mix colors for about this much of the canvas. Alright, we have a palette paper here. Let's start with titanium white. And by the way, I do have a color mixing guide in the description down below if you'd like to download that. It makes it easier for you to understand the ratio of color I add for each pile. So titanium white, we're going to add in the corner here about 2 thumbs amount, maybe a little less. And we're going to add about 4 colors. So I'm going to go each time a little less, maybe a little bit more, maybe a thumb amount here, and then a little bit less on this one, and then 1/2 thumb amount here. Always close the lid so that paint won't dry out. Next, we're going to pick up medium yellow and add a very small amount right on top to this one. And that's it. And then we're going to pick up orange and add a little bit to this one, maybe a little more than the yellow. And then we could add a little bit to this one as well, a little more than that one. And then crimson red, we're going to add a touch to this one, and then a little bit to this one. And then we're going to add a small touch on this one as well. And then pick up phthalo blue and add phthalo blue, a little more, like a 1/2 thumb amount of phthalo blue. I think I'm actually going to add a little more white to this. Just a little bit more to the last one, and add a little bit of lamp black because I don't want the colors to be too strong. I want it to be kind of grayish, misty looking. So very small amount to the last one. And so now I'm going to quickly mix the colors, starting with the lightest, and use my palette knife. And I'm going to try to mix it as best as I can. And then once I'm done mixing, I like to pile it in one place so it won't be messy. So just like this. And then once you're done, pile it like this, and then you can move on to the next color. And it's going to slowly transition to a pink, orangey pink color. And we want our sky to have pink in it, orange and pink, so that when we add the sun, it's going to really look nice and glowy. So mix it real quick like this. And once you're done, pile it, and then you could take part of this paint, something like that. And I'm looking at this red color, and I think I want to add a little bit more white. Very small amount of white, not too much. Let's add a little more white. I don't want it to be too strong, so a small touch. Okay, we just want to make it a little brighter, not too dark. Okay, that's much better. Okay, you could take part of this if you want and mix it with your last color. And this one is also a little bit too dark, and that's okay. We will add a little bit of white to it. But I like the color of it. I just want to make it a little brighter, so I'm going to add a little more white actually to this one. Probably like a half a thumb amount of white, because I don't want it to be too dark. In my sky, I want it to look misty, and we're going to add clouds on top. But this is our base layer, our background blend of the sky. So something like this. All right, I'm going to quickly dab my palette knife in the water like this, and then pick up my paper towel, quickly wipe it so that paint won't dry out. And now I'm going to zoom in the camera, and we're going to cover about, let's just cover about almost half the canvas on top right here. All right, let's pick up our water and have it next to your canvas where it's going to be easy access, because we're going to be dabbing our brush lightly in the water if we need more water, right? And then our M1 blending brush, I already put the water in, so I'm going to do it again just to show you. That's what I did. I'm going to squeeze part of the water out, okay? Not too much, there's still water in there, but it's not dripping, right? So if I say I'm going to be dabbing my brush in the water, that's what I'm doing. Just a tip right in the water and then picking up more paint, because what I want is to have enough water but not too much water. We don't want water dripping, right? We want a little water so that the acrylics can stay wet longer, which gives me time to blend once I lay out all my colors. All right, my blending brush, and start with the lightest color. We're going to pick up all the color like this nicely, and right somewhere on, not in the middle, but to the left of the canvas, we're gonna start to add, that's where the sun will be the brightest. So I'm gonna lightly dab my brush in the water to pick up more water so it can run smooth on the canvas. And I'm gonna swirl, okay, like this, and then dab my brush lightly in the water, use the next color, this orange color, and around, go around gently. Okay. Okay, and then the next color, this pinkish color, we're gonna go, and if you see bubbles, that's good, but you don't want too much water. So I'm picking up more paint. I have enough water. I feel that it's running smooth, right? And I want my sky to be pretty pink. So I'm gonna go down, maybe go back to this orange on the bottom part. Okay. And then lightly dab my brush in the water, use more pink, and then mix it with the blue for the rest of the part. And a lot of this, we're going to have clouds, so a lot of it's going to be covered. Okay, keep that in mind. But we just want to create a nice blend. Nice transition from the light and warm colors to the cool colors. Okay, very quick, easy blend. Maybe a little more pink, and try to gently blend that in real quick. All right, so I'm going to put my blending brush in the water and quickly pick up one of my dry blending brushes, right? And swirl starting from the middle area and gently work your way outwards. Take away all the brush strokes, and I'm not pressing too hard because I don't want to peel off paint. I just want to take away the brush strokes and blend the colors. Okay, you could see the nice smooth blend happening, and it fills in all the cracks of the canvas and covers it nicely. So from the lightest color to the darker colors. Real quick. And sometimes when I have paint left over, like I do, right, I will repeat the process one more time. So that's what I'll do. I'm gonna let this dry and then use up all the paint here that I have so that it won't go to waste, and create another layer. That'll make it even more cleaner and solid. And it's okay if you are happy with your first layer. That will work as well. The background is dry and I got a new water. My blending brushes are clean and I'm starting fresh. So here we're gonna start to add where we want the sun to be and the placements of our clouds. I did cover about halfway. You could see the canvas right here. I kind of made the glow a little too low and I don't like it, which is fine. I can always correct. So what I'm gonna do is actually add the sun a little higher. So I'm probably gonna have the sun somewhere right to the left. This is like the middle of the canvas, and I don't want it to be too low, the sun, the glow. So I'm gonna actually add it somewhere in here. So a lot of this, like I said, the clouds are gonna be a little darker and we're gonna add highlights around them. So a lot of it's gonna be covered and it's gonna look good. So this is not a big mistake. So let's mix our colors for clouds and the sun. Okay, so straight out of the tube, a little bit of white, and then about half a thumb amount of white similar to that on this one, and then crimson red, small amount, a little more orange, and then about the same amount of white here, more crimson red, phthalo blue, and a touch of lamb black. As I was mixing, I decided to add more white to this one. It's a little too dark, so a little more white here and a touch of crimson red, a little more, because I want it to be a little on the warmer side, not too dark. And then I also added lamb black, phthalo blue, and more white here because I want a little bit of a cooler blue gray for my clouds up high. So before I mix this one, I'm going to take part of this, maybe half of it, okay, and put it here to this one, maybe a little more actually, to this one. So I'm going to quickly mix this and hopefully get a little bit of a lighter pink red color. Okay. I'm going to put my number 8 and number 4 brushes in the water jar so that my brushes can become damp. And I'm going to zoom in the camera to this part right here. Here are the colors I got for my clouds. I did add medium yellow straight out of the tube just in case I need to, around the sun, make it glow a little more and add some brighter colors. So something like this and you'll be good to go. And the goal is for your clouds is to create a shade like we did with the background sky, to make it a little bit darker. So around the glowy, like the lighter parts, we want to add more of like these lighter colors, right? And as it goes out here a little bit more to the top, it's gonna start to go a little bit darker than the background blue gray color we have here, right? The way to test that to make sure it's not too dark or too light of a color is I usually use a palette knife when I mix, and I usually kind of take a part of the paint like this and kind of on top, on the side, sometimes on the side you get a little bit of the paint going in the canvas, and I quickly touch it to make sure, for example like that, that's how dark my color is, which I like it. So it's not too dark, right? We don't want it to be too intense, but we want it to be a little bit darker than the background for our clouds. I'm going to leave that there because I'm going to add a cloud there. But I just wanted to show you guys how I mix my colors and the goal to creating your cloud colors. Okay, so now I'm going to pick up my number 4 brush, dab it on the paper towel because it was in water and it's nice and soft now. And we're going to first draw our sun where we want it to be. Let's start with titanium white. Okay, titanium white, and remember this is the middle of the canvas. I want it to be about almost an inch or an inch and a half to the left. So I think I'm gonna, or an inch is fine. I think I'm gonna have the sun be somewhere right in here. So this will be my sun. And you can make it as big as you want and as small as you want. I'm just gonna get a rough idea. Okay, so that when I go into painting my sketch of my clouds, I'll know where the sun is at. So as you can see, it is just a little circle, but that gives us an idea now where to place our clouds. So now I'm going to clean my brush real quick, dab it on the paper towel, and I'm going to start drawing my clouds. Use this like a orangey color here with water, a little bit of water and paint. We're going to start right underneath the sun. I'm going to go about this much and start to add random little faraway clouds. Get our first base down. So with a little bit of water and this orange color, you see how it's not too strong, right? If I went and used this color here, then it's all, and then try to go in this way, all my clouds would look flat, right? We want my clouds to have some color in it because it's closer to the sun. So that's why we're using a little bit of a darker orange in here. And in fact, you could even add a little bit more white, right? That's why I have this white here as well, to make it a little less intense, right? You can kind of swirl and make it blend it out and make it a little softer, not too intense. Okay, so a little bit more of this orangey color we're going to add underneath a little cloud. And I'm using the corner of my brush and kind of, there's going to be some trees here, so a lot of this is going to be covered on the left side here, so I'm not going to focus too much there. I'm going to use white a little bit, like I did to that one. Mix it in for fun. Make it a little more on the cool pink side. Okay, something like that. It's rough looking right now, so I dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel because I want to make sure it continue running smooth on my canvas, right? So add a little more orange here. Okay, and as I go in, I'm gonna blend out, dab my brush in the water. I'm gonna start to mix a little bit of this color, right? Because we're going in to the darker areas. See how it blends into the background? We don't want that. We want to make sure it starts to get a little darker because it's going away from the sun, right? And you see how that's nice? It's still a little bit on the pink side, right? But it has a little bit of that warm color to it. So we want to create that smooth transition there. And I'm gonna just pick this up probably and let it fade out somewhere there. Okay. Dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel, use more of these two colors, quickly randomly mixed and get it in between, and let's add a little bit in here. And you can skip some areas so it could look a little bit like the background is still showing through, right? This is our quick sketch and base of our clouds. We're gonna go over it again to make it look softer. We're just getting the idea. So for this part, I'm gonna switch to my number 8 brush because I wanna cover most of it here with this color here. Maybe a little bit of orange, but a little more on, maybe a little more orangey color, so it won't look. Okay, and then just blend it out. So a little bit more here. And all this is going to be on the darker side. Dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel. And then you can use a little more orange right on the bottom here. Try to make it blended. And there's going to be trees here, so it's going to be covered a lot. I'm going to use a little bit of white and orange again. And here I want to make this a little bit more faded. Faded, not too bright because we're making this area brighter. So that is why we're taking away some yellow on this side. Not too much because we like that glow. And there's going to be trees, like I said, but I want to take away a little bit of that. And maybe even add a little more orange, just a little bit. Maybe there's like a little faraway cloud, small one. Something like this. Faded. Okay, you can barely see that. And now I'm gonna switch to my number 4 because I want to keep shaping my clouds. So with this orange color again and my damp brush, we are going to add more clouds around that sun. So there'll be like a cloud in here, maybe a small one. Okay. And then maybe use a little bit of this color so it won't blend in too much. So just use this color by itself. A little bit of orange. Randomly mix them. We will go over these parts again. And then from here, I'm gonna continue adding another cloud. Maybe connecting. Maybe these are connecting right in here. And then as it goes in, I'm going to dab my brush in the water. I'm going to use this darkest color now, because remember, as we go to the top, it gets a little darker. So I'm going to mix this color and this one. And I'm going to just carry that paint all the way to the corner. Lightly dab my brush in the water. Use more of these two colors in between. And I want to make this a little darker on this one. And then go back to this lighter pink. We want to create a little bit of a smoother transition. I'm going to make this a little darker in here. Okay, and your shape of clouds could be different than mine, okay? So don't worry about making it look like mine. But if you get something similar, you're okay. You can even add less or more, you know. Okay. All right, I'm going to continue shaping my clouds. Go back. I'm going to dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel, and then go back with these two colors. And right around the sun, we're going to continue moving our clouds. So a little more of this color and orange. We're going to try to make this one fluffy and not too big, but something like this. And then as you go up to the top, I'm going to dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel, mix these two colors, right? Want it to be more darker on the top. Okay, let's go back to this orange and this one. So here we're going to use this one more and let it fade out. Maybe use a little bit of this one. There's going to be a big tree here, so a lot of this is going to be covered. So I'm not going to focus too much on adding too many details here, but on these clouds. But I want to create a nice fade. So now I can switch to my number 8 again for the bigger parts, like we did on the right side. I'm going to use a little bit of this color here and this darker blue. And as I go down, go to the orange a little bit and fade it out. Something like this. All right. I know it looks rough right now, but you'll see. It's going to look good once we start to add a little more details. Let's add a little bit of this orange color. Maybe mix it with yellow. A little bit of yellow and orange. Very small amount, not too much. Because it's closer to the sun, we want to add a little, well, let's use a little bit white so it won't be too intense. We just want it to have a little bit of a cloud next to our sun here, not too much though. Maybe a little more orange and yellow. Right, we want to create these little clouds like that. All right, that's good enough for now. And now I'm going to quickly clean my brush and add some highlights. And what I'm going to do is actually mix one color and add, and I'll show you, add about half a thumb amount of white. And then we're going to add a little bit of orange and medium yellow. Okay, so right there. A little bit of medium yellow and a small touch of orange with white. Randomly mix those colors. We want to get a lighter color than this one. So this is going to be for our base highlights around our clouds. So I'll show you once I'm done mixing here. This is the color I got. You could see it's lighter than this one. And with our number 4 brush and a little bit of water in there, damp brush, right? Not too much water. And we're going to go around and add a little bit of highlights on top of some of our clouds. Probably this side we're going to add brighter highlights here. So I'm going to come back to those parts later, but here where it gets a little bit darker, where you start to see, we're going to add some highlights randomly on around some of our clouds here. So a little more right around here. Use the corner of your brush, and also a detail brush works great as well, but I want to get the first layers, first base down real quick, and then with the detail brush we're going to make it even cleaner. Around the clouds right here, as you could see. Some will be more intense. And take your time, go around adding your bright highlights, right? Because the sun is hitting these clouds and we want to make it look like they're glowing. Continue on with the same color. So I'm going to spend some time adding a little bit around here, and I'll show you what I get. Okay, and then more on the bottom part, we're going to use more white and a little bit of this orange color. Mix more white though, right? Because we want to make it, the highlights a little brighter than the background color. Gently add a little glaze, maybe a little less white. And like I said, detail brush for this part would work very good as well. I'm just getting the quick layout first, and then we'll go over with our detail brush later. So a little more white and orange. And here I'm gonna let it fade out. Something like this. And before I add my second layer to the clouds and make it smoother and detailed, I'm gonna add a little more white by itself, right? And make my sun a little bigger maybe, and have a little more brighter look to it. So add a little bit more white. And then here I'm gonna actually use my detail brush because I want it to be a little better, to make it a little cleaner circle. So a little bit of water and white by itself. I'm gonna try to make it as clean as possible around and as circular as I can. Okay, and because I have a little bit of water, I'm gonna let it blend out to the around my sun. So I'm gonna add a little glow around my sun here, right? And so what I'm gonna do is use a little bit of this lighter color, orange, maybe mix yellow, because we want it to be a little brighter next to the sun, with my detail brush and some water. And right where I added the light white color, I'm gonna add that yellow brighter color around my sun, glazing it. Because I have water, it works transparently. So a little bit of this lighter color with yellow and water, so it can run smooth. We're gonna add make it a little brighter around the sun. Okay, and we're gonna add that nice glow. So a little more. Okay, I'm gonna make it a little brighter with yellow. Okay, and then because I have water, I'm gonna make it blend it out. Okay, so I'm gonna dab my brush in water, use a little more yellow, and right next to the sun, we're gonna add that yellow around with water. And you might have to go over your white again. That's okay. But you could see we're starting to get that nice glow happening. Okay, so, and then from there, I'm gonna clean my detail brush and then put it flat on a paper towel. And I'm gonna pick up my number 4 brush again, because this part, we're gonna make it even more brighter. Let's use a little bit of this orange and yellow with water, as you could see. And I'm gonna go around and continue adding that glow around my sun. And this is important before going in and adding your second layer to the clouds. I want to make sure my background has, you know, I'm happy with the glow and the way it looks before I start to detail everything else. So it's little by little, you know, you work until you're happy with how your painting starts to look. But you could see just by adding that glaze of yellow, right? It makes it more warmer and makes our sun stand out a little more. And you can, we can switch to our number 8 brush, and with a little bit of yellow, a little bit, not too much, in water, we're going to continue where we left off and have it blend out. So a little more yellow on this side. There you go. And finally, now I'm going to repeat the process, adding one more layer on top of my clouds so they will look a little softer and cleaner. And I'm going to use a little bit of white and this orange, right? And go over my clouds here, mainly in the middle side. And because my brush has a little bit of water, it really runs smooth on the canvas, which we want. Okay, and as you go, obviously, we're going to transition to this color like we did and try to make it a little smoother transition. Okay, and then this color by itself now. Lightly dab my brush in the water. Maybe use this color and this darker color. Try to get those transitions added. And this just makes it look a little smoother and takes away all the brush strokes that we added from our first layer, so that it'll look a lot more smoother. As you could already tell, this looks a lot smoother, right? So we're going to repeat the process on all these clouds right here. And you can make some of them a little darker. And we'll use our number 4 probably for those parts, but I'm going to use this color here. And then as you go up higher, use a little bit of a darker color, right? Okay. So now I'm going to use this darkest color by itself now and glaze it with a little bit of water. Make it look soft like this, right? So a little more of this darker color on this side. Let's make this one a little darker, and then as it goes down, it's going to go a little lighter. And then obviously a little bit more orange next to the sun. Use the corner of your brush and make it. Let's use a little bit of this darker color for this section. Okay, and just swirl and randomly blend those in. I'm going to dab my brush lightly in the water and tap it on the paper towel. As I go down, I'm going to make it a little lighter. Okay, and then obviously we're going to add a little bit more orange to the bottom part and have it fade out. Now that I have more of a solid, placements of my clouds, I'm going to pick up my number 4 and try to add a little bit more details, little smaller details, doing the same thing. Maybe orange and this color to some of these clouds in here. Okay, so a little bit more orange and this color, so that we'll have some little ones. And it's okay if you go over your highlights. That's just to give us an idea. We're gonna go over now. After we added all our clouds, I'm going to add a little bit more of this orange and this color on this cloud here. I want it to be a little more fluffier. So a little more orange here. That's good enough right there. Okay. And now I'm going to repeat the process with my lightest orange color and my number 4 brush. I want to try to make some of these a little bit brighter and use the corner of my brush, make it have a little bit of more details to them so they won't look too perfect. And some of them little ones, I'm going to use my detail brush for those parts. Okay. Like for this cloud, I'm going to use more of my detail brush for that. But I'm going to quickly go over it one more time and try to add that second layer. Gently, right? Okay, maybe some of them are coming in inside the cloud and fading out like this. Right? We want to create variety. We don't want it to look flat. Maybe in here as well. there's a little separation here from this cloud. You can barely see. I'm going to use a little bit more of this orangey color. I'm going to go over the white areas first. Blend those in, make it a little bit less white and more orangey. And then I will add, with my detail brush, add brighter highlights so that it'll be looking more smooth, and you'll see. Okay, something like this. So I'm gonna try to clean some of this up right here. I don't want too much of highlights inside my cloud. I decided to keep it more softer. For the background, I want to make it look a little more misty. Okay, that's good enough. And so for this part, I'm going to use white and more medium yellow. I'm going to take part of this orange color so that I'll have a little bit of orange in this brightest color, so it won't look too yellow. Okay, with this bright color, okay, we're going to start to add our highlights. Detail brush, dab it in the water, and this is the color we got, the brightest color. With this color, we're going to start with this faraway cloud. We're going to start to add little highlights around our cloud here. Little bright highlights. And it's going to fade away. There will be trees, like I said, covering most of this, so I'm not going to add too much, but something like this. Okay. With a little bit of water, and we're going to try to go around. Or clouds, and then you can also go in, you know, like make some of these a little bit separated like this, right? You can play with this part because these are further away, right? There's going to be a little more separations and things like that from the clouds, but obviously when they're closer to us, there's going to be bigger separations, right? But you could see this detail of lighter color makes our clouds stand out a little more. It's going to fade away. So continue on with the same technique. We're going to go over wherever we placed our clouds. We're just going to add those brighter highlights. All right, with a little bit of water, We're going to add a few more brighter ones in here, and then it's going to fade in. Let it fade in and okay, something like this. You can go in the cloud a little more, right? So I'm dabbing my brush in water so it can run smooth on the canvas. So when you see me moving my blending brush away or detail brush away, I'm either picking up more paint or dabbing it in the water and then picking up more paint by swirling like this, right? So it could be easy to add the little fine details. There's some little baby clouds in here. And you can add as many separations and highlights to your clouds as you want. You can skip some areas. You don't want it to be too perfect, right? And then here on the edges, we're going to make them brighter. So I'm going to spend some time doing this with this color, mainly going around and adding the highlights where the glow of the sun will be. And I'm going to try to make it a little softer on the edges on here and not add too much, but a little bit, you know, fade it out. So basically the goal is to create more of a detailed glow here and then making it faded as you go out. And finally with that same color, this one also, with water, I'm going to go over one more time the sun, right where the glow is, and try to make it even more yellow and lighter around the sun with some water. So it could look a little more brighter in here. If you've been enjoying this lesson so far and want to help support this channel, check out my Patreon. It's a great way to be a part of the creative process and help keep these tutorials ad-free and accessible to everyone. Inside Patreon, you'll get access to high-res reference photos, commercial-free versions of my YouTube lessons, behind-the-scenes content, and you can even help me vote on future painting topics. It's a small way to support this free content, but it makes a big difference. Thank you to everyone who supported me over the years. I appreciate you all. Now let's get back to painting. Alright, I finished the sky and I had some paint left over, and I quickly, to save time, added the placements where I want my trees to be. I gave it some thought, so I wanted to save time for you guys, and obviously I'm going to go over and explain the placements of my trees and where the waterfall will be and the rocks and things like that. And it doesn't have to be exactly the placements where I have it, right? So don't worry about this part. This is more for me to make it easier for you guys to follow along. So the next section will be adding our faraway trees, and I'll show you the placement, right? This is the center of the canvas, right in the middle, right? I'm gonna go a little higher, just so you know the positioning of how high I'm gonna add my faraway trees. We're gonna start by adding it, making it misty looking. We're not gonna add too much color because they're far away. And then it's like about 1.5 inches apart from where the tree will be down. And this is where the waterfall begins. So this is more almost to the middle of the canvas. You can even raise it up if you wanted to. Again, it could be lower, higher, whatever you want to add to your painting. So let's mix colors for our faraway trees and then also for our closer trees here. Okay, we're gonna start with 3 colors, and I added a thumb amount of white here, small touch of orange, and then a little less white here, more orange, phthalo blue, and crimson red, and then less white here, a little less than that one, more crimson red, lamb black, and more phthalo blue. Actually, I added a little bit of, very small amount of crimson red to this color. I want it to be more on the pink side, light pink, with a little bit of orange. And finally, I did add more crimson red and a touch of green because it's leaning towards more of a blue color, and I wanted to start to transition more to the, you know, like green, have some green leaves to our tree, not too blue, because the closer trees, I want it to be a little more, have a little more color to it. So green will help kind of make it a little closer to us. I did add lamb black, sap green, and crimson red. I'm going to take part of this color, okay, maybe a little bit more, about this much, and mix it in with this one. This will be our darkest color for our trees. And finally, I added orange and crimson red. I want to create a little bit more of a warmer, bright color because next to the sun on these branches, I want to create that warm glow. So I'm going to take, let's take part of this light color and this one. Okay, I'm going to mix this and try to get a little bit of a warmer color. Something like this, okay? And that's just for a couple of the trees that are going to be closer to the sun right here. So these are the colors I have. All right, now I'm going to zoom in the camera and we're going to work on, basically this is the middle of the canvas, right here. So I'm going to zoom in the camera and we're going to work on all this section right here. Okay, let's start with our flat brush, dab it in the water, and we're going to work on the faraway trees right here. Okay, so remember we are higher, about an inch and a half up. That's where I'm going to start drawing the trees. So let's start with this color right here. We have mixed, right? With our flat brush, we're going to see how that looks. So see how it's a little too dark, that's okay. We're going to use this color to make it a little less dark. And that's too light. So I'm going to get an in-between color. And I'm just randomly going to go all the way down, let it disappear. Get a little lighter color. Skip some areas. And then as you go in a little bit, it could be darker, like we did with clouds, right? It gets a little darker and higher. And I'm going to bring this in all the way to the top like this. Okay? So now I'm going to switch my brush, clean my brush in the water, and then leave it flat. And then I'm going to dab my number 4 brush in the water and tap it on the paper towel, right? And while this is still a little wet, I'm going to use a little bit of this color, continue, and this one, continue getting a in-between color. And because this is going to look, so I'm adding a little more darker color here. Because this is going to look faded, I'm not going to add too much details to them. I'm just using the detail or the flat brush to get the sharper tips on top, but then the bottom part, that's why I'm using this. I'm going to blend it and make it look a little more foggy. So a little bit more of this darker color, and just with water and this color, we're just going to fade it out. It's going to look very faded. Okay, and as we go down to the waterfall, remember this is where the waterfall is, it's going to get a little lighter, so a little more of this color. Okay, with this color. So it could look misty. Okay, and I'm using water so it could work transparently because we do like that background orange still from the sun, right? So a little more. My brush is damp. And go all the way until you get to this part. So maybe a little more. I want to make my mist a little more lighter on this part in here. A little more of this lighter color. Very small amount on the bottom right here. I'm going to add that mist. Okay. Maybe you could use a little bit of this darker color. And then here, I'm going to gently try to fade it out. Maybe you can barely see far away. And this is the background, so it's going to be covered by our closer trees, but we just wanted to add that. Start with our faraway trees first. We don't want to make them too intense, right? So I'm going to add a little more of the lighter color. So I dab my brush in the water, tap it on the paper towel, and I'm going to add more of the lighter color right where it meets the waterfall, the ground. Make it even brighter on the bottom. Let it go up. Okay. And we're going to just fade it out. And we can always add more later, but for now, that's good enough. Okay. Now we can move on to the next part. And that is adding our next trees. And I'm going to go back to my flat brush. And I'm going to start adding more on, let's work on the right side first, and we'll work on the left. We're going to still use the same color, right? Let's use a little bit of this color by itself this time. And we're going to go in and start to add a little bit of a higher trees. Okay. So maybe about this much. And that's good enough. I'm not going to add too much here. And then in here, I'm going to add with the same color. Make it look faded. And then as you go a little dark, in the darker area, we're going to mix those two, get a in-between color. And I'm going to add one more a little bit higher in here. Okay, and then this one by itself, because this is the closest tree, it's the tallest, it's going to be darker. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then go back to this color again. And it's okay if you have the other colors. This is another tree that is pretty close to us. We're going to add. Dab my brush slightly in the water. And then use this and this color. And we're going to add another tree that is going to be next to the waterfall here. Maybe there'll be another little one. Okay, so, and you can add as many as you want. All right, so something like this. And now I'm going to switch my brush because we're going to start to add a little bit of detail. And I'm going to use my number 4. So I'm going to clean my flat brush and then lay it flat on the paper towel. And I'm going to pick up my number 4 brush. Make sure you don't have too much water, so I just cleaned out the water. And we're going to start with far away ones like this one. We're going to use this color. And we're going to start to lightly shape and add our branches and things like that. So I'm moving my brush around. Basically, when I'm going to the top, I'm making it sideways, and then when I'm adding the branches, I move it sideways like this, or to the side like this, and then I just dab it, right? So right now I'm working like this, straight up and down, because these are far away little ones, and I'm gently adding. I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to add too much. I want to skip some areas so that the background colors, we like that background colors to show through. So that is why I'm not going to try to overdo this part. Okay, something like this. And then here we can add a little bit in here. Some fade. I'm going to dab my brush in water lightly. And then tap it on the paper towel, and with a little bit of this color and this one, I'm going to try to make it smooth on this side. Okay, so dab my brush in water again. Let's use this color, and we're gonna try to add that fade misty look, darker misty look. Right? We want it to still look foggy, but we don't want too much of the lighter colors showing through. As it gets darker in here, the mist becomes a little darker with color. So I'm going to dab my brush slightly in the water, use a little bit of this, you could see, and I'm going to glaze it and fade it out. Okay, that's good enough. All right, let's continue with this color, and we're going to gently dab and create some details here. Okay, dab my brush in the water. And we're gonna work on the next color. It's gonna be a little lighter or darker, this one. I'm gonna mix those two and try to skip some areas and bring the branches down and dab it gently. Okay, dab my brush in the water, tap it on the paper towel, continue with this darker color. Okay, I'm going to continue and bring it down and let it overlap on the bottom. Okay. Lightly dab my brush in the water, tap it on the paper towel again. I always do that because for blending part and spreading the paint, it just makes it easier. Hopefully it's not too annoying for you guys, but I want to be able to be very clear with my explanation, and hopefully you can catch the technique and understand and get better. So use the corner of your brush. All right, that's good. So here I'm going to use this color again. I'm going to continue. And here I'm going to add some little ones that are going down. Maybe there's another little one. They're not perfect. We want to create a transition. Okay, dab my brush in the water, and then we're going to use, let's continue with this darker color on these ones. First, actually, yes, let's use a little bit of this color. I want to make it look a little faded. So mix those two together, this one and this one, and we're going to add a little bit of a faded, kind of like what we did here. All right, maybe another faded one. Lightly dab my brush in water. And let's use this color, maybe. Again, mix those together, and in here we're going to create a little transition. Softer transition. So with water, okay, that's good enough. Let's use this darker color by itself now and add some little trees like we did here. Let's add one right in here. Maybe it goes a little higher, a little darker, because it's closer to us, right? So something like that. It's going to fade. Maybe there's another little one. All right, before I continue working my way down, let's finish up this one. And this one will be the darkest, so let's use this color and this dark green color we have mixed, reddish green. Get an in-between color, and then right here we're going to start to create some details. Gently. And don't make them too big. You can always make it big later. We want it first to add little details, and then if you need to add more, you can always come back and add some barely, you know, the width of them. I want to create that light glowing through the trees, so I don't want to cover too much. I can always add more later, right? So I'm just going to go up to, and then I'm going to try to skip some areas so it could look interesting, like in here. And then as I go down, it's going to be a little more. Darker and faded. Dab my brush lightly in the water. I'm going to use a little more fill it in a little more. Mainly in the middle of this one. Okay, and then we could use a little bit of a darker one on some of these ones that are a little closer to us, right? Okay, so now I'm going to quickly add a glaze of, right here of just the base layer with my number 8 brush, and we're going to try to, let's use this color. And so our waterfall right here, right, we're going to have it come down right here, so I'm going to try to continue maybe there's a little, let's use this lighter color like we did creating the mist on the bottom. Just randomly add that in there. And then as we go up in here, we can use the darker colors again. This is just the base. And I'm going about 2 inches down. I'm not going too far down because we want space for our waterfall, right? We're just adding a little bit, maybe add a little bit of this color right in here. And then as you go up, we can make it a little darker. So I'm going to dab my brush slightly in the water and tap it on the paper, and then use a damp brush to blend the colors in that we just added. You could use a little bit of this in the darkest color now. We're just going to bring this down. It's going to be faded in here. So a little more of the darker color. All right, so we got a quick sketch of our trees. We're obviously now going to add another layer, try to make it a little cleaner and softer looking. I will add one more tree actually, looking at this, and I feel like it needs a little bit of a tree right in here, maybe with this, maybe a little bit of a darker color. I'm going to add a little bit of that tree on the side. Maybe it's going in. Use a little bit of a darker color here. I'm going to use this color and try to add another tree, darker fade. just feel like this needs to be a little higher in here and darker. That's much better. All right, before I add another layer to this, we're gonna work on our left side. So with our flat brush, similar idea, we're gonna start by adding some of this color here. And remember, our waterfalls is right there. That's where we ended. So we're gonna have a tree. There'll be a tree right in here. And another tree right in here. Okay, and then you can use a little bit of a darker color. Let's add some in here. Okay, dab my brush in water. Use this one and a little bit of a darker color for this biggest tree. And this one as well. It's going to be a darker one closer to us. Okay, something like that. And now I'm going to clean my brush. I know it looks a little bit perfect right now, but you'll see we're going to start to add more and more details to them. So with our number 4 brush, we're going to use this color, and maybe this, remember this reddish color because it's closer to the sun. I'm going to start with this one, gently go over and start to add your little branches. Don't be afraid to cover your background clouds. If you have to, cover a little bit of them. So mix those two and continue bringing it down maybe. Skip some areas. And it's gonna be all dark on the bottom. Okay, so same thing, use this color. Add some details to this one. And then you can just use this color by itself. Let's use more of this color. And we're going to add and I'm moving my brush around. And then here it's going to be faded. So I'm going to use a little bit of this color now. Okay, next I'm gonna use this color and a little bit of this. Maybe mix that a little bit of orange as well. And we're gonna continue adding some details to these trees here. I'm gonna add a little fade. Switch my brush to number 8 real quick. I wanted to create more of a warmer transition. So with water, and a little bit of paint, I'm going to glaze it, make it look a little softer. As you can see, water helps a lot. So a little more. Go back to this color by itself. Okay, dab my brush in the water, and let's work with, let's just do this tree right here. Let's use the darkest color we have mixed and start to add our little branches. Okay, so far so good. This part's going to be also misty looking, so on the bottom. So I'm going to quickly switch my brush to number 4 again to finish up these ones. I'm going to use this color here. And we're going to continue adding our details. Move your brush around so it won't look all the same. Some branches going down, some going up. And then it blends in. Here, continue on with this color. And finally, this one here. And switch back to my number 8 brush with the darkest color. We're going to add details to the closer tree here. It's going to come down probably somewhere up in here. So now I'm going to, like I did to the other part, I'm going to quickly add, details here. And so let's just use this, randomly mix these colors in here. This is going to be the base of our ground here. So I'm going to lay out all the colors real quick. So this is where you see this tree, this waterfall right here. We're going to have, that's where the land will end, and then the water will be right here. So we'll work on the rocks and things like that later. But let's just get the quick, maybe use this color, quick base layer in here. And dip my brush in the water, use this color and randomly mix and as you go down, it's going to get a little darker, so we're going to use the darkest color all the way. Let's use the darkest color. Okay, something like this. All right. And with our M2 blending brush dry, we're going to quickly take away the brush strokes and try to make it a little softer. Okay. All right. So this is what we have so far, so you guys can get an idea. And now we're going to go back and repeat the process and try to add little details and make it a little smoother and more cleaner. All right, now I'm going to go back and use my number 4 brush. And I'm not really a fan of how this turned out. Right here, it looks a little more blue. I want it to look more warm, orangey, like we did on the left side here. So I'm going to use this color now. Okay, and this is very easy to fix. With a little bit of water, we're just going to glaze it over. Create a little bit of a warmer tone. And then I'm going to use this color to make sure it is not too sharp. That's much better. Okay, and then a little more of this color. And I'm going to try to blend it a little bit, take away some of the color, intense color, so it could look faded more. I'm going to use the same thing, this color, and add in here a little bit. Okay. And finally, I'm going to use this color and a little bit of this. And I'm going to glaze it over on this side. I want it to be a little darker as well in here. And then as I go down, I want it to be a little darker, so I'm going to use this color. And kind of gently blend. And it's okay if you cover your trees, and we're going to go back and make it a little cleaner anyway. Detail them. We're just doing the background first, making sure we're happy with the color and the placements. I'm going to use a little bit of this color, take away a little bit of the orange. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit more higher ones, far away trees. In here, I want to make sure it goes up the hill. Okay, and then you could use your detail brush to make it even cleaner. We're going to use this color, right? With water and our detail brush. We're going to try to make this a little bit more higher and sharper. Maybe there's some little branches, right? So do the same thing. Maybe as it gets a little closer, you can use a little bit of a darker color, right? Something like this. And let's add a little bit of details in here. Little branches. And I'm going to let it fade to the bottom. So I'm not going to add too much details. I'm just going to let it fade. Use the same color, this darker color, to this one. With water, so it can run smooth. And fade it out. Let's create a little bit of a darker fade in here. With water, I want it to look a little bit smoother. Okay, something like this. All right, so now we're going to continue that same idea. Let's use this color and mix it with a darker color. This one. Get a in between, and the reason why I'm using that is because it's closer to the sun, so it's going to have a little bit more of red to it. I'm going to add another layer of trees, so use a little bit of red in this color. I'm going to add one more layer of trees that are going to be faded. You can almost see them. Use a little more of this color. Just to make it a little bit smoother transition from these trees going into the far background. And you don't have to do this if you don't want. So more of this with orange. And it's going to fade out, but something like this. Lightly dab my brush in the water. And blend the bottom part. And you can create a little bit more of a separation by using a light color right here with water. Maybe use a little bit of orange or this red color, so it won't be too light. And with water, we're going to, right where we added those, we're going to add the separation between these trees and those. And we're going to blend it out and carry the fog all the way to the top like this. You could even add a little bit more lighter color just to make it look even more interesting. A little brighter fog. Okay. I'm going to use this color here. Try to take away a little bit of that orange. I know it's a lot of back and forth, but these are the final details to our trees here. That's why I'm taking my time. Okay, so that's good enough for now. All right, so I'm going to continue adding this orange and maybe this darker color. And I'm going to try to add details to this tree real quick. And now we're going to use this color by itself Start to add details to our branches. And this is where it's going to take a little bit of time and patience, so take your time. When you're running low on colors, you can mix similar ones. It does not have to look exactly like it. So just keep that in mind. Don't worry about making it look exactly like the first colors. As long as it's pretty close, you're good to go. Okay. Continue. As the trees go down, the branches get a little wider. Okay, something like that. So I'm going to do that to these trees here. I'm going to do the same thing to this one with this color right here. I'm going to make it, and you can make it as tall as you want and as big as you want, right? And then once I'm done, mainly the detail brush work is mainly on top. So this one right here, for example, right, we're adding it, making it a little more contrasty, a little darker, and have a little more branches and details to the top, and then letting it fade, because that's where the mist is. It's gonna look more faded. So we don't want to add too much to the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to spend some time doing that. And obviously, our final tree with the darkest color, right? We're going to also do the same thing, try to make it sharp and detailed, right? Like this. Connect the branches, make them a little bigger, because this is the closest tree here, so it's going to have a little more detail than the other ones. And then I'm going to go to my number for brush, right? As I go down to make it faster and easier, I'm gonna use this color to create little details and make it a little bit more wider on the bottom here. Okay, dab my brush in the water, use this color and the darkest color. And let's add some darker ones, for example, in here. I'm going to make this one a little bit wider on the bottom here. And in here, I'm going to repeat the process. I did run out of this one, but that's okay. Let's use this light color and add a glaze right next to, and it's okay if you go over where the waterfall is. I'm going to add this glaze first. And then you can use this darker color. Try to mix those randomly together. Okay, and then you can go back to this color randomly mixed, and we're going to add like bushes and things in here, so a lot of this is going to be covered with different details. So I'm going to dab my brush lightly in the water, and mainly with water, not much paint. I want to try to cover the canvas and make it look softer and fill in all the canvas cracks with a little bit of paint. I have paint in there in my brush, but it's not much. But it's enough to cover all the cracks in the canvas, you know, so that the white won't show through, right? That's the second layer. So now that we added that, it makes it look a little more solid. Before I continue adding any more fog, things like that, I'm gonna add some darker trees, smaller trees, right here, for example, so that you can start to see that some trees are coming towards us closer, like right here, this tree, right? It's gonna be faded, and it's gonna go in and fade in. We'll have another little one. Maybe use a little bit of a lighter color so we won't be too intense. Okay, that way it creates separation, you know, gives it more depth when we add these darker transitions. And there's going to be bushes here, so I'm not going to add too much, but I do want to continue with this darkest tree. I do want to make it go down, probably up to here with the darkest color. Okay, that's good right there. And then we're going to have a little fog on the side right here, so you could see some separation on the right, right? So between this tree and these two trees, we're going to add, let's use a little bit of this light color, right? And we're going to use this color next. Mix those colors and we're going to glaze it right in here next to this tree. And randomly swirl. Right, just a little bit, as you could see, not adding too much, but a little mist, a little fog makes a big difference, gives it a little more depth. And separation. Let's add a little bit of the lighter color on this part right here where the waterfall is, right? We're going to add a little bit more color, lighter color. And let it fade away. All right, I'm going to add a little bit of this color and this reddish color. We're going to add a little bit of land so that you can see maybe a little bit. Let's use the lighter color so it won't be too dark. So you could see where the land okay, something like that. And then dab my brush in water, use a little bit, tap it on the paper towel, lightest color, and I want to make this a little brighter right in here. It's a lot of back and forth. So a little bit of a darker color. There, that's nice. Nice transition. Faded transition. So this is where the waterfall will begin. And now I'm going to spend a little bit of time working on my branches. This is going to be repetitive and will take some time. So I'm going to play with these darker colors, whatever tree I'm working on, right? And for example, like if I'm working on this dark one, I'm going to use this darkest one with water. And I'm going to try to make my branches a little cleaner and add a little bit more detail to them, to some of them, right? So I'm going to spend some time cleaning it up, making it a little detailed. And once I'm done with that, I'm going to use, let's use this lightest color, okay? And let's mix it with this color. We want to get a little bit of a grayish, light grayish color right here. And on the left side, because that's where the light is hitting, I'm going to add a little bit of highlights to my tree and let it fade out like this. We don't want to overdo it, but we want to add in some parts of our tree, add that glow of light. Okay. So same thing maybe here. Right, and then here we're going to add a little bit of a brighter glow because it's closer to the sun. And fade it out. And I only added it to the closer trees. I'm not going to do that to my faraway ones. I don't want it to stand out too much. And for example, this one is already a little too much. That's okay. I just want a little bit. So I'm going to use my number 4 brush and a little bit with water in the darkest color. And I'm just going to glaze it over. And that'll create a nice like fade. So it won't look too sharp. Maybe even add a little glaze on these. Very small amount. On the bottom mainly. So it could look like it's a smoother transition, right? Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to detail it and add another layer going back and forth, similar colors, and work on these trees. Trying to make it cleaner and more detailed. So I'm going to start with these trees and work my way this way. So it's really the same idea. And so with a detail brush, I'll show you. Maybe use this color and this red color, mix those two together, and we're going to start to add a little more details, right? Make it cleaner, sharper. And then as it goes down, it's going to be more faded. So all right, I'm going to play with this color and the red color again and do the same thing to all these trees here. Okay, so play with this color and this red color here for these couple trees that are closer to the sun. Doing the same idea like we did to the other trees, adding a little more detail, making it look a little more realistic. Okay, and basically you want to create a fade from dark going into more of a mist on the bottom, right? So I'm going to do that to this side of the tree, or to all these trees, and play with my detail brush and my number 8 and number 4 brush going back and forth. You saw me do, it's the same technique. And if you want to create a mist, right, you use a little bit of this and whatever color you have left. It does not really matter much. We're just adding a nice fade. Let's actually use a number 8 brush. And I'm quickly just showing you these little parts so that you can be reminded, but it's literally the same thing. We're gonna just add a fade glaze of mist, right? Not too much, but just a little bit with water. Also, same thing on that side, right here. I'm gonna add a mist next to this tree, right? Let it kind of blend out. A little more lighter color with water. And fade out. So it's going to be very transparent, so it's not going to show too much, but you'll start to see a little bit of mist, right? So we want a little bit so that there will be some separations in our painting. Okay, once I'm done with this part, and also when I'm adding some highlights, I'm not going to add too much, but when I'm adding highlights like I did to finalize these, I will add a little bit of similar color here on the right side, because the light is hitting this way now. So on the right side of the tree, I'm gonna add my highlight like this, so you can see what I'm doing. Same thing with this one, right? Alright, so I'm gonna spend some time, and then once I'm done, I'll show you what I get for this part. If you're loving this tutorial and you're ready to go deeper with your painting, I'd love to invite you to my mentorship program. This is where I teach my most in-depth lessons, the ones I don't share anywhere else. Inside the mentorship, you'll get access to exclusive full-length tutorials, personalized feedback on your paintings from me, live Q&A calls where you can connect and ask questions, monthly painting challenges, giveaways, and more. This is my inner circle of artists who are serious about growing their skills. It's been amazing to see the progress our members make, and I'd love for you to join us. If you're interested, there'll be a link in the screen or also in the description down below. All right, let's get back to painting. And this is what we have so far. You could see I spent some time adding a little bit of fog, a little more, not too bright. It's misty looking, right? And then I spent some time adding a few little branches on the right side of the couple of these trees, not everywhere. Again, very gentle. I want it to look misty. And same thing on the left side of this tree as well. I added a few little branches with lighter highlights, as you could see. And now we can continue to the next section. And the next section, what we're gonna do is mix some colors and add some like bushes and little branches that are almost like orange, like fall colors on the side. We're gonna add a few bushes here, and then we're gonna come down and add the base of the water and the rocks, and then the last thing we're going to do is detail everything here. So let's mix some colors for the bushes. We're going to start with 3 colors, and then if I need to, I'll mix more. About a half a thumb amount of white here, and then medium yellow and a touch of orange, and then less white here, more orange, and a little less than the orange of crimson red. As you can see, a very small amount of white, less orange and a touch of crimson red, a little more sap green and lamb black right here. So I decided to actually, because it's turning into like a brownish green, but I want it to lean a little more towards green. So I added more sap green, about a half a thumb amount, and a small touch of white to lighten up the color. And finally, so now it's turning, as you can see, like a brownish green. That's what we want. I also added, as the darkest color, I added lamb black and crimson red. I'm going to take part of this green, not a lot, about this much, okay? And I'm going to quickly mix it with this. This will be our darkest shade. And here are the colors. So we're going to pick up our number 8 brush, and I'm going to zoom in the camera so we can see half of this canvas and down. So with my number 8 brush, I let it sit in the water for a little bit, as always, and then I'm going to tap it on the paper towel so it could be nice and soft. And quickly, I'm just gonna, because I'm gonna have a bush right here, and then a couple far away bushes right in here, and then right in here, some bushes, before we start to go into the rocks and the waterfall right in here, okay? So with this brush, I'm going to quickly add a glaze of this dark color, because I want a background, a dark background color here as the base for my bush, like we did with um, the background here, right? We want to add the first glaze real quick, a rough, so that the white canvas won't show through. It's almost like, you know, when you do use burnt umber first layers to create your lights and darks and shadows, and then when you add the second and third layer, it just sits nicer. Acrylics and paint, right? Sits nicer on the canvas, makes it look more solid. So I'm gonna, bush is gonna be somewhere around here. So just a real quick rough layer. There'll be some rocks here. Okay. Using our artist sponge here, or you could use your number 8 brush, continue using that, that works as well. I'm gonna dab my artist sponge all the way in the water, make sure it's nice and soft, and then squeeze all the water out. We don't want any water, we just want it to be soft, right? So that's what I did. And with this color, we're gonna start to add our, let's start with the right side here, and then we're gonna work on the left. So first, I'm gonna use this greenish color we have, green brown color we have mixed, and I'm gonna choose the corner that I like, so you can pick and choose, right? See how the effects creates nice like little texture effect, right? So we're gonna use a little bit of this paint, green, and we're gonna start to add some bushes right in here. Very small amount, not a lot. We just want to create some variety. So it's almost, you can't almost see these bushes, right? And we're gonna add lighter highlights, but this is like the first layer. So I'm just gonna shape it the way I think would look cool. I'm gonna switch it up, you know, move my sponge around, and I'm barely pressing on the canvas, right? And it's gonna fade out to a darker color. And then also right in here, I'm gonna add a little bit of green. Bush going up. Okay, something like this. Very small amount, as you can see. And now we're gonna add, let's add the lighter color. I'm not gonna clean my sponge because I kind of like that green. I want it to be mixed in with the brighter color. So I'm gonna take a little bit of paint, not too much. And with this lighter color, we're gonna add some lighter highlights right on the edge where we think the light is hitting, right? And I'm using just a little corner here. I chose the corner, and I'm gonna go not everywhere, just go on top and go over, move it around, skip some areas, right? You don't want it to be too perfect. And I'm barely pressing. Okay, and that's too much right there, but that's okay. We're gonna make it a little darker in a bit. So a little lighter here, and it could fade out. Okay, something like this. And now we will use a little bit of red. Let's use a little bit of this orange red color right underneath the green. Add some color in here. Same thing here. Not too much, barely pressing, right? All right, that's good enough. I'm gonna do that real quick while this is drying. Actually, let's quickly, before I move on to the left side, I'm going to pick up my number 8 brush, and I want to create a little bit of a darker shadow. So I'm going to use this darkest color with my number 8, and I'm going to go down and kind of dab and create a little bit of a darker color onto these ones. And it's okay if you go over. What you added, we just want to. And then in here, we just want to add a little bit of texture to our painting here. Okay, something like this, very small amount, not too much, as you can see. Okay, and it's gonna fade. We want the mist to still kind of go in here, so I'm not covering too much, as you can see right there. So I'm gonna let that dry, and I'm gonna quickly dab my artist sponge fully in the water and try to clean out all the paint just by squeezing it in the water jar all the way. And it doesn't have to be perfectly clean, but you just want to get most of the paint out, and then do the same thing, squeeze all the water out, right? And we're going to start adding some bushes on the left side. So with green again, a little bit of this green, we're going to add some bushes on in here. And whatever's easiest for you to work, maybe laying your canvas flat is easier. Move it around, see what is most comfortable for you. I have my camera at a straightforward, so it's kind of awkward recording and painting for this side, but I'll do my best here so you guys can see what I'm doing. But basically, I'm gonna add some bushes in here, and you won't, like with the other one, you won't see it much, but it just creates a nice green glow. So that's why I'm adding a little bit of this green color. Okay, and little transitions here. I'm gonna go a little higher in here because these are closer to us, right? And then here I'm gonna add a little bit of a bigger one, bigger bush, higher. And right now you can't really see much of what I'm doing, but that's okay. Once we add our lighter highlights, you'll start to see it a little more clear. Oops, I rushed ahead, and that's okay. I'm just gonna use a paper towel, dab my finger with a paper towel in the water, and then just wipe it off real quick. And we're gonna add more details there anyway, but I just didn't want that bright blob of paint right there. Okay, and I'm gonna add a little more bushes in here, and it's gonna fade in. And then you can bring it kind of down right here by the rocks. Bring it a little down. Okay, like this. And now we can use the lighter color, mix it in with the green, and same idea. We're going to add a little bit of lighter highlights. I'm going to use a little more green. I don't want it to be too bright. Some of these I'm going to go back and try to make it a little darker, and you'll see. I'm going to show you every step, but this is the first layer. We're adding the first layers, trying to get an idea, placements, like we did with trees and everything else. Try to get the idea and placements of our bushes before detailing. Okay, and I'm going to use a little bit of this and red. Mix the red, this pink red color, orange, make it a little lighter, and we're going to add a little brighter highlights in here in the corner of our bush, right in here, barely pressing. And I'm not adding everywhere, I'm skipping some areas. I'm just thinking about the light hitting mainly on the top. Okay, that's good. And then we could use a little bit of this red and a little of the darkest color. I want to darken some of this in here to create variety of shadows and things in our bush. Okay, with the dark and that red, mainly the dark here, and then some in here as well. Right, and see how nice that looks already? Starting to look a little more like, you know, like there's bushes right next to the river growing, colorful bushes. We don't want it to look plain. Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna put my artist sponge in the water jar, and it can be in the water jar the whole time. Yeah, it doesn't spoil. So you can let it sit in there. And I'm gonna pick up my number 8 brush. Okay, my number 8. Tap it on the paper towel, clean out the water. And I'm gonna play around with these colors. So this yellow right here and green. Let's mix those. Let's get a little bit of a in between. Just mix it all. And I wanna make this a little bit more detailed, maybe a little more green actually. Here, I don't want too much of the light color, so I'm gonna try to dim the brightness on these ones just a little bit. And then here I could make it a little brighter. This could be a little brighter here. A little brighter on this one. And it's going to fade. Okay, maybe let's add a little bit of green. Let's try to bring it in right in here. And then we'll use, let's use the darkest color. Add the shadows on the bottom, right? To create separation between these bushes and these ones. That's why we're adding the shadows like this. It gives it more depth. Okay. So now I'm going to use a little bit of this and red. Get a little bit of a lighter orange color here, and I want to brighten these ones. Maybe a little more lighter color. Not everywhere, just a little bit. Something like this. We could use a little bit lighter color so it can stand out a little more on the very edge of my, and I'm using the corner of my brush just slightly dabbing and creating some brighter highlights because of the light, the sunlight. Okay, so I'm going to use a little bit of this red and the darkest color and try to and now I'm going to clean my brush and just use the darkest shade right on the bottom here, and we're going to bring it in. Okay, that's good right there. And now you can detail everything with a detail brush to make it look even more realistic. We are, oh, by the way, I'm going to correct also this side right here. Some of these lighter highlights, very easy. Do the same thing, use a little bit of this green and a little bit of this yellow. And we're going to try to make this a little less intense. So a little more green. Want to make it a little smoother transition. From our lighter colors to our darker ones. Just slightly dab and let it blend into the darker colors we already added. Okay, so could use a little more, maybe orange. Why not? More color, the more color, the better. Okay, that's good enough. I don't want to add too much there, maybe a little bit in here. All right, that's good right there. And now I'm going to use my detail brush and we're going to draw out some highlights. So I'm going to use, let's use this light and then orange, or this reddish color and this lightest. Mix those two. Let's actually mix all these three, a little bit of green as well. Let's get like a lighter tan maybe color. And we're gonna go in here with water, barely any paint. We're gonna add a little bit, barely pressing, a little bit of branches, little highlights, right? Very small amount, not too much. All these little details will make your bushes look more realistic. Okay, just like that, very small amount, you could see. And then on this one, we're gonna add a little bit there as well. Okay, right here, we're gonna so a little bit of water. All right. Something like that. So I'm going to do the same thing with the same color. We're going to add some details, like in here. So a little more paint, water and paint. Barely pressing. And randomly make this bush have some of these highlights, lighter highlights. So your bushes look more realistic and not, you know, flat looking. As things get closer to us, they become a little more sharper and detailed. And same thing here. I'm going to even connect some of these a little bit. Branches maybe. Some of them are going out like this. All right. And a little more in here, so that this area looks like there's more. And then you could do the same thing with the darkest color. Add your shadows, right? On this one, you're going to add it more on the left side. Little dark branches on the left side of all your little branches, and kind of fade it out. Right, with your darkest color and a little bit of water. Take your time on this, don't rush it. So back and forth, I swirl my detail brush so it could be sharp, and I'm just going back and forth. It's going to be on the right side, the shadows of all your lighter highlights. You're going to go over. Very small amount. You can almost barely see these little shadows. And that's it for these bushes. I'm going to quickly add a little bit of warmer colors on right here so it could transition from the left to the green colors. And we're going to also add more orange-red bush right here. But for this side, I added orange straight out of the tube and a little bit of crimson red. And I'm just going to use my number 8 very quick. This is a quick, easy thing to do. So I'm going to dab it on the paper towel, and I'm going to use a little bit of this orange with a little bit of red, not much, more orange. And I'm just going to lightly dab around here, create a little bit of the warmer color, orange, because I want to make it look almost like fall colors here. Maybe a little bit on the bottom right in here, glaze it gently, and then it's going to fade out to the green colors. Very easy, quick thing to do. And then I'm going to use more of crimson red now on the bottom here. Also dab it. Add a little bit of red color to our bushes so it can glow. Okay, maybe in here as well, just a little. Right there. As you can see, you start to see a little bit, so it won't look flat, a little bit of a darker orange red going into more of lighter green colors here. And we're going to do the same thing on this bush later. Let's mix some colors, and we're going to quickly add our base here. All right, so a little bit of white, small amount of orange, and a touch of phthalo blue. A little less white, about the same amount of orange, a little more phthalo blue, and then a little white, and then sap green and phthalo blue. We're also going to use some of these colors up here that we added but I'm going to quickly mix this and show you what I get. So for this one, I added a little bit of lamb black. I want it to be not too blue, but I want it to have a little bit of that blue, a little bit, and I want it to be darker for this last one. This is the base of our water. Okay, something like this. So it looks a little more green, turquoise color here. And then because we added orange, it made it look a little warmer, took away some brightness of that phthalo blue. All right, so with these colors, we're going to add the base to our waterfall. So I'm going to clean my palette knife and quickly pick up my number 8 brush, and we're going to quickly glaze first lightest color. Just glaze it over right in here, over where we left off. And if you cover some of the tree, that's fine. We're going to go back and detail those little trees later. That can always be done later. But I'm just going to add that glaze right in here. Okay. Trying to get the light layer first. Okay, and there will be some rocks in here, so a lot of this is going to be, darker. But as we go in, I'm going to first work on with this lightest color. Let's just work with this lightest color. I'm going to add where I think our waterfall, the brightest areas are going to be. This is where I'm just going to add that layer. It's going to look messy and rough as the first layer, but that's okay. All right, so now we're going to add a little more right here. All right, we're just covering the canvas, and then let's use a little bit of this lighter blue color. Mix it in. Okay, dab my brush slightly in the water. Use a bit more of this lighter blue color. So there's going to be a lot of rocks here. And then the rest, we're going to use the darkest blue and just add a glaze in here with a little bit of water and this darkest color. Just going to cover all this in here. And then because it's still a little wet, right, we're going to quickly pick up our M2 blending brush and just go back and forth, take away the brush strokes and make it a little smoother. There you go. Very quick. And then we're going to clean our brush again. And for this part, we're going to add a little bit of red from the glow of the sun and a little bit of this darker color. Mix those two together. And we're going to add a little bit of, let's use a little bit of this lighter blue. Mix those randomly together. And we're going to add a little bit of a darker shadow in our river in here, because we want to create a transition. Okay, dab my brush slightly in the water. Use the same color, maybe use a little bit more lighter blue. Okay, and now we're going to add a little bit of this light blue, and maybe let's add a little bit of yellow. Make it maybe use the lighter color and a little bit of this orange yellow color. We're going to try to create some color in our river, not too much. Right here. Okay, clean my brush real quick. We still want to keep it light blue. You can bring it up and create that fog right in here. Okay, and now we're going to add some darker. So let's use the darkest color with a little bit of, let's use this red and maybe blue. Let's mix those randomly together. Use a little more darker color. We just want a grayish looking color here, and I'm going to start to add a little bit of rocks showing through the base layer of our rocks, right? Just going to go over some of these and create a little bit of rocks showing through. So I'm going to dab my brush slightly in the water, pick up more of the darker color. And bring it down up until right about here. We're going to have a little shadows of waterfall coming down, right? Alright, so I'm going to use a little bit of this color again and just cover the rest of the area. Maybe use a little bit of lighter blue. Cover this area. We're going to add some rocks in here, and you'll see. I just want to cover the white canvas showing with water. Same thing on that side. Let's use a little bit of a darker color right in here. And just cover the rest of this with a little bit of that and maybe blue. And let's cover this all the way to where we left off. Okay, so you could see where the water hits the land right here start to happen, right? And I let it naturally happen. I'm not trying to, plan too much. I'm covering and slowly looking and stepping back and making sure I like my placement. So this is why we add the first layers and then we go back and forth and adjust and correct. So now I'm going to quickly, let's use the darker color and quickly add the dark shadows to our rocks. So there will be a rock here, more on the bottom left side, right there, and then right there. Some rocks in here. And you'll see once we start to add the lighter highlights on top, it'll make sense. So a little more of this darkest color. I'm going to add some rocks right in here. Maybe some of them are in the water. Cover the whole canvas. All right, that's fine. That's good enough for now. Now I'm gonna dab my brush in the water and then let's use a little bit of this light blue, this middle one, and I'm gonna use a little bit of green, a little bit of color, a little bit of green and blue, and we're just gonna add a glaze over that on our rocks. The lighter areas we left right on top. It's gonna look rough in the beginning. And once we go into adding our second layer, you'll see. So a little bit of this green, very small amount, and this blue. Okay. And we're just gonna go to the top because that's where the sun, it's hitting our rocks and it's creating a lighter shadows to our rocks. And cover the rest of the canvas, the white parts. So a little more. Maybe make this one a little darker. Okay, we're kind of starting to see a little bit of the picture come to life. So I'm gonna use the darkest color right here with a little bit of this blue, but mainly this darker color. I'm just gonna, with water mainly, cover the rest of this canvas showing through, and it's gonna look more softer. And it's okay if you go over your lighter parts. It's fine. We're gonna go over the details of our rocks later. We're just trying to cover the background of the canvas. So with water and a little bit of paint, we're gonna just go over everything. Okay, a little more darker color. A little more, maybe blue and a darker color. And let's continue. Covering everything here. And you can use a little bit of this blue, darker blue, and go over, creating a little bit of shadows in our waterfall. And then we're gonna obviously go over these parts. Maybe mix it with a little bit of a dark color. We don't want it to be too blue. So now I'm going to pick up my number 4 brush and add a little more rocks. Before I start to go over it again, I want to add, so this blue, darkest blue, and a little bit of this color, get it in between. And we're going to add some rocks in here. Okay, some little ones. And we're gonna, as it goes in a little more, it's gonna get a little lighter. So I'm gonna use this lightest color. Almost get a maybe a little bit darker actually. And then go back to the darker color with a little bit of this blue. And continue adding your rocks. Okay, something like this. And I'm going to add some rocks in here as well. Some little ones. here, maybe make it a little darker. Add some rocks in here. And then in here, I'm going to use a little bit of this color, this blue, and this darkest color again, same thing. Maybe use a little bit of a lighter blue so it won't be too dark. And we want to create a nice shadow to our waterfall. Okay, and I'm going to clean my brush and use a little bit of this lighter color with water. I'm going to take away a little bit of the intensity of the, I want to make it a smoother transition from, so it won't be, you see when you add that glaze, it really makes a big difference here. Okay. And now we're going to add a little bit of highlights to our rocks. So I'm going to use this color, and let's use a little bit of this yellow and maybe a little red, a little more yellow. I'm just trying to get a more of a glow, light glow to our rocks, something like this. Okay, and we are just adding a kind of the second layer, rough sketch. We're adding highlights to our rocks, as you could see. And then I'm gonna obviously work with my detail brush to make it even cleaner. Okay. So maybe let's use a little bit of more red. Okay, and we want to add some highlights on some of the rocks here, going into the water. We just get an idea. And then on this side of the rocks, it's going to be more on the left side, the highlights, right? And you can kind of see where we added our first layer of highlights. This is a rough second. We're just shaping out our rocks and making it a little more cleaner, and making sure we like the placements. Alright, so I'm gonna now use an artist sponge to finish off my bush here before I detail everything. So, same idea, but this time we're gonna use a little bit of this yellow and red. Mix those randomly together, and we're gonna add a little bit of bushes right in here. Okay. Rough sketch. Okay, like that. And then as you go in, it's going to be a little more red. And then let's use the darkest color. So now after this, I'm going to repeat the process and maybe use a little bit of lighter highlights on the corners here. Like we did with the other bushes, I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to actually add a little bit of lamp black straight out of the tube, and with the darkest color, and actually crimson as well. I want to make it even darker because it's closer to us, right, this bush. So I added a little bit of lamp black and crimson red, and this will be very dark, darker than this one. Just a little bit of it, as you could see. And then I'm going to mix those with my number 8 and randomly start to add the darker detail. Make this a little bit more, have darker shadows. Okay, that's good right there. And then you can add that darker color in here on the bottom of this one, just a little bit, because it's closer to us, right? And maybe even in here, to create separation from this bush and that bush. And now I'm going to add phthalo blue. Phthalo blue to the red, just a little bit. Right here. Phthalo blue to this darkest color. Let's just randomly take the rest of this and mix it with the phthalo blue. We want to get a dark color still. Basically a little darker than this one. You can't see it on the video that much, but we want a darker shade for the next layer, and we want to start to add even more darker layers. See, for example, right here, I'm going to glaze it just a little bit on top right here where I think it needs a little bit more of a darker shadow, right? And then on some of these rocks, we're going to go over them and start to add darker shadows. Real quick with that color, I'm going to add it. And it's okay, again, if you go over your light highlights. That was just to give us an idea and placement where we want the the rocks to be. So I want this rock to be bigger actually. And I'm going to take some time. Maybe there will be another darker rock in here. Going into the bushes. Maybe another one on the side. Okay. And then here we're going to also darken, add the darker colors to the bottom. I'm going to switch to my number 4 for the little parts, okay, for the little sections and little rocks. I'm going to add some darker highlights and separations. And with a detail brush, you could do the same thing we did with the other bushes. We're going to use a little bit of, let's use a little bit of this red and yellow. Randomly mix those with water. And we're going to add a little bit of branches here. Right? Very small amount. Once you're done with that, I'm going to quickly go back to my number 8 brush and use up some of the colors we've added, like this lighter one. And I'm just going to glaze it over one more time to make it a little cleaner and solid right in here. Maybe use a little bit of blue color. And then here we can add a little bit of this lightest color. We could just, actually let's use our number flat brush for this part real quick. Get a sketch with the colors we have here. Get a sketch of some of the ripples of the water flow. Right? So with this lightest color, we're gonna try to create a few ripples in our water. Maybe there's a little waterfall in here coming down, right? So I'm gonna go. And then we're gonna add details later. We're just getting an idea down. Okay, it's good enough. And then randomly use up the colors here. A little more lighter color in here. Okay, and we're going to use this lighter color in here. Barely pressing. Okay. Okay, real quick, something like this. And we could use a little bit of this lighter color, mix it with this. Because of the sun, we want to reflect that into our river. So I'm going to use more of the yellow and mix those together and create a little bit of a lighter glow. Start to add a little bit of color to our waterfall, even in here. Just a little bit, and it's still rough sketch. We're gonna mix some more colors. This is a good time to take a break, and we're gonna start fresh, mix new colors, and finalize this painting by adding all the little details. Here's how it looks so far, and now we are gonna do the final layer, adding all the details. And I have white here, and then a little bit of medium yellow, and then less white here, medium yellow, orange, and crimson red right here, and then about the same amount of white here, sap green and phthalo blue, and then less white here, more sap green, more phthalo blue, and lamb black. Let's mix these. Let's add a little bit of white, small amount of orange, and a touch of lamb black. And then this is for the rocks. And then about half a thumb amount of lamb black, maybe more, and then crimson red. This will be very dark. I decided to add one more color because this is very dark transition with the rocks. I want to create another shade in between these. So I did the same thing. I added lamp black and crimson red. I'm going to take part of this, bring it here, and then I'm going to mix this with orange and a little bit of white to make it lighter so that I can have another shade to play with, okay, for my rocks. So I'm looking at this and it's still pretty dark, so I'm going to actually add a little more white to this. When I was mixing, it's leaning towards more of a brown color, right? But I want to actually add a little bit of blue. So I promise this should be the last thing I do. And we're going to just finalize the painting with these colors. So I added phthalo blue and more white. I'm going to take part of this paint, maybe half of it, like this. Maybe put it somewhere on the side. Maybe I'll use that. We'll see. Maybe. But I'm going to mix this real quick. And I want it to lean towards a little bit more of a cooler color, because I want that color, I want it to be brown, right? I want it to have a little brown because of orange, but I still want it to have a little bit of that blue. You know how rocks have that gray look to them, right? So this is much better right here, much better. All right, I'm going to zoom in the camera right here and we're going to finalize it, and I'll show you a few parts. I'm not going to do everything with you guys, but I'll show you a few things how I do this. And then it's literally the same thing back and forth to the rocks and everything like that. But these are the colors I have here. Let's pick up our detail brush first and dab it in the water. And we're gonna add this with the brightest color right here in our detail brush. We're gonna add a nice glow to our waterfall. So this is where the water will be, the light will be hitting the water. And it's going to kind of go up. Okay, see how that made it nice and bright? Okay, I'm going to dab my brush in water and use a little bit of this paint, not too much, and I'm going to bring that color down a little bit. Maybe there's some highlights on the rocks right here. Add a little mist here, like this. Okay. I'm gonna bring a little bit down right in here. A little highlight down. Create a little separation. All right, that's good. And now I'm going to do the same thing with the bright color right where we want the light to be hitting the water. I'm going to try to add these brighter highlights in my water. Maybe go around some of these rocks, create like little brighter highlights. For example, right here, right? Make this super bright in here. Continue with the bright highlight, adding little ripples and things. Like for example, there's a highlight around some of these rocks in here. They'll be faded, right? Barely any. With more with water. And you can add as many little rocks and bright highlights as you wish. Make it a little brighter here. Maybe there's a waterfall, or there's like a little cliff here and it becomes, I'm gonna add a little bit of shadow in there, but I want a little bit of detail in here. Maybe there's another highlight. And then I'm going to dab my brush in water and then use a little bit of, let's use this orange and maybe this green and orange. And right underneath I'm going to add a little bit of a shadow. And of course we can use a little bit of this lighter color, create more of a fade, brighter fade here on the bottom. So I'm going to continue with this brightest color. Maybe there's some rocks further away, right? Okay, continue with the bright highlight and water. Just this color. And we're gonna, as we go in, let's add some brighter highlights in here to some of our rocks right in here. Right, with water. I'm going to add some brighter reflections in my river from the sunlight, right? We want to add these little bright details. Down my brush lightly in the water. And then we're going to start to add a little, maybe the water starts to fall in here. Right? With a little bit of water. And then this rock, I'm going to add a bright highlight. We're just making things sharper right now and a little more clear. Maybe water is flowing through this rock. Okay, like that, and then in here. Using the same color. And continue with water and create your highlights. Go around the rocks, right? And kind of follow where the water is flowing. Okay, that's the most important thing, is just going around everything, making it a little more sharper and adding brighter highlights. For example, this is the top, right? It's going to be brighter on top right here. So with a little bit of water, I'm going to create that flow. Something like that. And in here. Create that bright highlight to this rock. Okay, so I'm gonna finish this off by adding a little more details to my waterfall right here. For this part, maybe there's some little highlights of rocks in here. Okay, and you can add as many as you wish. This rock right here has a bright highlight, right? Same thing with this one. And then here we're gonna add bright highlights like we did right in here, right? I'm gonna add same color still with that one. With water, we're gonna continue adding. Remember, there's a little drop here. All right, we can come back to detailing the waterfall a little later. Let's work on adding highlights to the rocks. So now I'm going to use this color right here, a little bit of a darker color here, but it's still pretty light. And I'm going to go over my rocks here and add a little bit more to give it a little more depth to them, so they won't look flat, right? We want these rocks to kind of look like they have little separations and little details to them that we can barely see. Okay, something like that. Continue on with this color. Maybe use a little bit of orange actually. As you go in more, I think I want it to be a little more on the warmer color. And you don't have to add as much rocks as I have right here. You can add a lot less. You can add a few if you wanted to. and go in a little bit in here. And then go over this big rock. Try to make it have a little more detail. Because it's closer to us, right? And basically, that's what I'll do to all these rocks right here. Obviously, as I go in more, it's going to be more faded. I don't want it to be too bright. So I'm going to use a little more water. Same thing here, like we did with the other rocks. We're going to add a little bit of separations and little details so they won't look flat. Maybe there's a lot of little ones here. Okay, a little more of this color and go over these rocks in here. And your biggest ones, maybe use a little more orange. And a little bit more on this side. And now I can play with the colors I have here. For example, this orange, right? And this color here. I'm going to try to get a little bit of a in-between color, and then I'm going to add some branches in here, faded ones. Right? And now this is the detail part. So this is where you can spend a lot of time going back and forth, adding a little bit of softer transitions. For example, I'm going to add a little bit of more orange and use my number 4 brush to add some texture to my rocks so they won't look too sharp and too flat, you know, especially the ones here up close. And I'm going to finalize this painting by doing this. I kind of started with the detail brush, but I want to go over with the colors I've added and make it look a little more cleaner and sharper. And obviously with your detail brush, or with you can go back and, you know, and these colors right here, you can add more in your water, right? But this is the darkest color here. I'm going to add some darker shadows, right? So just go over and spend some time adding your darkest shadows here to the rocks. As another layer. Right? And it's totally up to you how much you want to add. And with my number 8 brush, this darker color we have mixed, I'm just showing you the colors I mixed, right? I'm gonna use them to work on adding the details. For example, this part, right? I'm gonna darken more of this color in here, right? Maybe even add some where the waterfall is a little bit, but more on the left side. I want it to be a little darker, maybe in here as well, right? And go back and forth until you're happy with it. And you know, this one color right here, you can add a little more blue in here. Take your time and have fun with this last part. You can also add, for example, this, and let's add, yeah, just this color, maybe a little bit of blue. And I'm gonna add some more trees that are faded, a little separation here, like this. And here it is. I'll be done for today. You could see I spent some time going back and forth using the same colors, and I mixed some more different oranges and reds just to create a little bit more warmer tones here. But it's totally up to you how much detail you want to add to this piece. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thank you for being here. Be sure to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for more. Take care and God bless.